I kill him. Enjoy. They got the Asian channel here, don't they? They got the Asian channel. Telemundo, an Asian channel. That's great. They singing
So I've been living in New York. I've been living with my sister because she has a job. No, she's got a great job, so it's tough not to live with her. Yeah, she works on Wall Street, and it's really funny because she'll come home from work and try to have intelligent conversations with me. She'll be like, did you hear the Dow Jones went down 634 points? And I'm like, oh, yeah. Daisy got kidnapped on the Dukes of Hazzard. I don't really do anything. I just sit at home and I play on the internet, and I love the internet. I'm obsessed. I'm now the queen of the lesbian chat lines. Just me and a bunch of other horny guys on there all day long. That's all it is. It's just guys pretending to be women. You ever get on there and you start typing in, you're like, I get caught up and forget that I'm supposed to be a woman, you know? I'm like, oh, yes, caress my breasts. Now touch my penis. Ooh, backspace, backspace, backspace. I mean vagina. I have a vagina. I think I just scared the fucking audience right there. Now listen, I think pornography on the internet is wrong. I am completely against it because it's accessible to little kids, and that is wrong, especially since I didn't have any of that when I was a kid. All I had were those National Geographic magazines with the tribal African women with the big saggy boobs. Yeah. Oh my God, do you know how difficult it was to masturbate to a woman with a disc in her lip? Hiding in the library behind the card catalog file like, oh, Miss Zimbabwe. Yeah, my mom gets mad. We weren't even, like growing up, we weren't even allowed to say pee. That was a dirty word. We had to say tinkle. And my penis was my tinkler. When I was a little kid, I asked my mom once, I go, why does my tinkler get hard? And my mom goes, it's because you're nervous. And I was like, why does my Farrah Fawcett poster make me nervous? That was a little demented. The wedding party's throwing me. You guys are fucked up. I love New York. Okay. The rest of the audience is like, we know.
People react to that sometimes like I am actually performing an abortion. Like that's what they're witnessing, which is amazing to me because all we're doing is having a conversation. That's all that's happening right now. And people freak out, even though we're told our entire lives not to let words affect us. When we're kids, what do we hear? We hear sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Exactly. And I disagree a little bit. I think words can hurt you if they're intended to hurt you. If you tease a kid enough, he will snap. That's how school shootings happen, right? No one's ever shot up a school going, fucking sticks! Never happened. I've been stoned too many times! The kid was teased and he snapped, but my mother always said, Steve, don't let words affect you. And I said, okay, Mom, but why would you tell me that with words? I'm confused by your mixed messages. She said, don't you talk back to your mother? I said, don't let words affect you. It is negative intent. That's why you should not be offended by anything that I have to say tonight, because I'm not trying to offend you. I'm not trying to. If you get offended by a joke, you're not thinking clearly. You're doing it wrong. Because they're not intended to offend you. You've perceived them incorrectly. I'm trying to make you laugh. It's a positive intent. You get offended by a joke, it's an accident. You know, or you step on someone else's foot, they get all puffed up, you know, like, want to fight? No. I want you to have a smaller foot. And I want you to fight someone else as dumb as you. Maybe one of you will die and make the world a better place. That's why I don't understand that you can't curse on TV. You can't curse on TV. Even when I was on Ferguson and I had a curse in my set and I couldn't do it because they wouldn't have aired the set. And I was like, well, why don't you air the set with a curse? Why not? And they're like, well, what if a 7-year-old saw it? And I said, yeah, what if a 7-year-old saw me curse at 1:30 in the morning on a Tuesday? That's my fucking fault right there. Clearly, that these parents couldn't have stopped me because they had died. That's the only possible explanation. His parents were dead and he was watching me in the orphanage. That's an explanation, right? But then he should still go to sleep early. He's got sneakers to make in the morning. Anyway. Oh, don't owe me. have no idea what else I'm about to say. This is an hour-long show. Buckle the fuck up. Shit's getting worse. Just backing the car to the driveway right now. We ain't hit the highway yet.
The best show that you can watch during the day is Dateline ID. It's an entire network where every single show is about murder. Every single show. And the names of the show are Murder, Murder Next Door, Murder Behind Mansion Walls, Millionaire Murder, Who the Bleep Did I Murder? I Almost Got Away with Murder, Murder 2 Electric Boogaloo. That one I made up. It's murder all the time. It's amazing. And it's hosted by a guy named Keith Morrison. He narrates all of these shows. His job is to narrate and walk you through murders. And he's the best at it. He's like Dr. Seuss. He comes out and he goes, yes, something was brewing at the local Waffle House. Yeah. But it wasn't the coffee. What was brewing? Murder. You're like, bro, you have my full attention. It's amazing. I want you to pay attention to these shows on Dateline ID. Keith Morrison specifically, when he says the word or, he never wastes that word. The most heinous, vicious, violent thing is coming right behind it. He'll never say like, she went downstairs to make laundry or to make breakfast for her children. No, never. If you hear Keith Morrison say, or, just white knuckle grab something. Because something wicked is coming right behind it. She went downstairs to make breakfast for her husband. Or to slit the throats of all 3 of her babies. What? How did that get past the censors? You can't show a cock on HBO, but you can slit baby throats at 11 in the afternoon when I take my Spanx off to stay home from work with my Hello Kitty t-shirt on? Yike!
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Kroger, we invest in local farmers to bring you the freshest seasonal picks. So no matter how you shop, your local produce always tastes 100% fresh, or you get a 100% refund. Guaranteed. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide. Look for the locked in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Nature has evolved powerful bug-fighting abilities over billions of years.
There's a cockroach on the floor. Get out of here!
Well, except for humans. That's why STEM Bug Killer looked to nature, isolating powerful active ingredients found in plants that target nerves bugs have, but people don't. So it's safe to use as directed around people and pets. STEM Bug Killer, rooted in nature, optimized by science. Visit stemforbugs.com to learn more.
Why?
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
I'm aware my wife is out of my league. She's very thin and attractive. I look like I had 2 wives and I ate one of them. She's amazing. She's my writing partner. We do everything together. She's brilliant. She's creative. I can't read her handwriting. No, we're total equals. I mean, when we rent a car, I won't let her drive. And that's not sexism. I just don't want to die. She can drive my kids around. I don't care about that. But if I'm in the car, She's amazing. Probably the most impressive thing my wife can do is her ability to remember absolutely every horrible thing I've ever done. And she'll just bring it up. We'll be watching television. She'll be like, remember that time you humiliated me when we went out to dinner? Now I do. I must have blocked it out searching for self-esteem. I don't want to misrepresent her. She's very forgiving. It's just the forgetting part. But we all aspire to be forgiving. Pope John Paul II forgave the guy who tried to assassinate him. I mean, granted, he was the Pope. He couldn't be like, let's torture this bastard. He kind of had to forgive him. But Pope John Paul II went to the guy's jail cell and forgave him. But then he left. It's not like then he had lived with the guy. Like if the Pope lived with the guy, we would have seen how long that forgiveness would have lasted. Pope, your turn to do the dishes. Didn't you shoot me? I think it's always your turn to do the dishes. Bless you, my son. Pope, that's a tough job. Anyone Pope here? No? Pope's a tough job. You know it's tough because the last one quit. It's like, I'm done, I'm out of here. Remember when the Vatican was like, you're supposed to speak for God until you die. And the Pope was like, God told me to quit. And eat more cheese. Our new Pope, Pope Francis, calls people on the phone. I don't know why you'd ever believe it's the Pope. Hello, it's the Pope. Oh, can you hold on? I have Spider-Man on the other line. My wife loves talking on the phone, and I would rather be hit by a car. I'm not saying a big car, but a Mini Cooper, I'd take that over a 20-minute conversation. She's always like, it seems like you're trying to get off the phone. I am. I love you. I just can't hold my arm up for this long. I can't believe any of us talk on the phone. There's email and text. Sometimes my phone rings and I look at it and I think, this person better be calling to tell me their hands are chopped off. I just wanted to hear your voice, Daddy. Buy my album. That is all for me. Thank you so much.
The next story is about my parents, and I was visiting my parents recently, and I don't like them. I love them, don't get me wrong, I would die for them, but if I met them at a party, I'd be like, these people, yeah, this place is beat, we're out of here, you know, because my parents are Italian, but they eat at the Olive Garden, literally. And my dad will show off by pronouncing menu items authentically. He'll be like, I'll have the pasta fagioli. And I'm like, we're sitting in a strip mall between a Build-A-Bear and a Spencer Gifts. You'll have the pasta fagioli like everybody else. You're not special. They make up phrases. I realized this as an adult when I would say the things that my parents said to me as kids to people in the outside world. And they would be like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, but my mother said that. Oh no, you know, and my whole life when I wasn't allowed to do something, my mother would say, like fun you're doing that. Anybody ever heard that phrase? Yeah, like fun, like that's really confusing for a child. Because it would seem like she's encouraging me to do it, you know? She'd be like fun, you're going to the mall. I was like, yeah, like fun. Burger, buddies, arcade, like fun. But then I realized as an adult that like fun was her way of saying like hell. Yeah. Because she's Catholic. And for Catholics, hell is fun.
I was a kid once. My dad, when I was 12 years old, told me he wasn't ready to be a dad when I was born. He goes, I just want you to know when you came along, I wasn't ready to be a dad. You probably shouldn't say that to your kid. You should never say that to your fourth kid, which is what I am. I swear to God. He said he wasn't ready to be a dad to his 4th child. You're not allowed. We gave you 3 warm-up babies before I even stepped on. I was raised by my mom most of the time. We didn't have a lot of money. I grew up with yard sale clothes, and I lived in a small town, so I took some heat, man. You live in a big city, you wear yard sale clothes, people make fun of you. Be like, oh, yard sale clothes, poor, or whatever they would say. You live in a small city, and they're like, that's Mike's shirt. Mike's like, that is my shirt. My mom's a sweetheart. She's a sweet lady, except I got this phone call. She called me one time, and as soon as I answered the phone, she goes, how long does cocaine stay in your hair? Okay. I think you're doing it wrong. I think you're doing it. Jesus, Scarface, what? I thought you went to church. She doesn't do it. It was a weird question. She told me I gotta go see my grandma. She goes, you have to go see your grandma. You know she's not gonna be around very much longer. Does grandma know that's how you drum up visitors? I come over, she's like, well, what brought you here? Clock's a ticking, Nana. I just came over to pick out some stuff I like. You all right with that?
I fall for a lot of stuff. I really do. Like I worry about, catfish, like getting catfish. Do you know that? That's another MTV show. I like what MTV's doing right now. If you get tricked on the internet is what being catfished is. And the big famous story was Manti Te'o, the football player that believed in the fake girlfriend. And when I saw that, I was like, I get it. I would fall for that. I knew I would. I mean, I'm 35. I still do not sleep with socks on because my dad told me my feet can't breathe when I was a kid. I still believe that. So you bet I could talk to a fake woman for quite a while. A long time. I almost joined the Army when I was 18 just because they called. That was the only reason. I thought I got picked. I was like, oh, wow, this is an honor. Like, oh. I also signed up for a JCPenney credit card at 18 because they called and I was like, man, this day is getting crazier and crazier. I would love it. I would love a credit card. I just got called for the Army. I'll go get some stuff. My mom had to go get me out of all of that. My mom had to call the Army and JCPenney in the same day. She was like, he's not doing any of this. He got to the phone quicker than he usually does, so. Just so you know, the JCPenney credit card was the tougher to get out of. If you want to know it all. I'm pretty dumb. I tell people I'm dumb. I'm like, hey, I'm dumb. But no one goes like, okay. They're just always like, I bet you're not dumb. And you're like, well, I'm trying to help you out here. We're about to have a conversation, so I'm just trying to give you a heads up. Here's a story. I can prove it. If I need it, I prove it. Like everybody's like, no, we don't need proof. Here's my proof. Is when I was 15, my first job was in Nashville. It was at Opryland theme park. We used to have an amusement park. And I was working, and I'm sitting eating lunch, and this couple sits down, and we start talking and stuff. I was like, I'm Nate. And the guy's like, I'm John. This is my wife, Jane. And their last name was Doe. So it was John and Jane Doe. And I was just like, that's the craziest thing. Like, what are the odds of that, That's so crazy. Couldn't believe it. Cut to earlier this year. I'm 35, I'm driving, and I'm thinking about John and Jane Doe. And, I was like, I bet they were lying to me about that. That's how long it took, 20 years, for me to catch on to a joke they wouldn't remember saying. I don't think they would remember it. They'd be like, maybe we did that? Well, it worked. It worked so good. I tried to Google them, because I was like, maybe they're not lying, you know? I'll find them and go talk to them. But I'm sad to report they were murdered. Yeah, it's not good, you know?
Hey, sweetie, what do you think of our new car from Carvana?
Think it can handle our busy family?
Well, we have 7 days to see. First, we can take the scenic route to the beach and stargaze through the moonroof. We'll see if your drums fit in the trunk. Then we can pick up Mommy's friends and check out that legroom. And we should really visit Grandma. She's getting up there.
That's like a whole lifetime in 7 days.
And like one busy family.
With our 7-day money-back guarantee, you can confidently shop for cars 100% online. Visit Carvana.com for all terms and conditions. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a
those people? I feel like I owe everybody in there an explanation. Like they're all going, hey, here's the big idiot getting back on. Doesn't know where the hell he is in life. And you step off for a second, then you hop back on. Oh. Thought that was the second floor. Looks just like the second floor. The same wallpaper and plant and everything. Everything's the same. Except for that big number 5. You look at it quick, it's like a 2, and I was looking at it quick, you know? Looking at it too quick, probably. What's that weird face people make to each other when they're waiting for an elevator? And then other people walk up. Everybody looks at each other and does this with the face. You're just throwing the eyebrows up there. Hey, there you go. It's like, I see ya, but I ain't got nothing to say to you. That's about all the greeting I can muster for you right now. Hey, welcome to the area. Hey, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for doing that with your eyebrows. I've never felt so welcome. It's weird what people can do with their face. Have you ever been talking to somebody who's smoking? They don't want to blow the smoke at you. But you're talking with them, so they don't want to be rude and look away, so they pull like that weird rubber face move, you know? They suck it in. I'm listening. And then the lips start moving over, you know. What are you, Popeye? What the hell was that? Smoke just came out of the back of your head. You're a volcano!
I got to do some international shows this year. I performed in Japan for the first time, which was amazing. I mean, I wasn't in Japan just for stand-up. I was also modeling. I wish that wasn't that funny. But Japan, the Japanese are just, they're better at being human. Can we admit that? They're more polite, they're better at design. The Japanese toilet, are you familiar with the Japanese toilet? The Japanese took the most disgusting experience of human existence and fixed it. The Japanese toilet washes you, dries you, does your taxes. And that is in a Tokyo airport bathroom. You leave a Japanese public restroom cleaner than when you walked in. You leave an American public restroom with PTSD.
No, it won't be fine. And she was like, I think it'll be okay. And I said, why do you think that? And she said, well, you look so nervous. I think they'll feel sorry for you. But Jenny has this really soft, sweet voice, like the kind of voice where you can't get away with saying anything. At one point, she said, it seems like you comedians are a lot funnier on stage. Normally, I'd be offended by that, but in this instance, I was like, you are right. That is a great point. You are beautiful. You know, she really was. From the moment I met Jenny, I knew I wanted to sleep with her at least once. Stay with me. I mean that like in the most meaningful way. Like that was the most that I was capable of in my life at that point. I just come off a really long, difficult breakup with my college sweetheart where we were gonna get married and then we weren't. And then when we weren't, I was so heartbroken, I just kind of swore off the idea of marriage or even living with someone entirely, you know? But from the moment I met Jenny, I just wanted to be with her. And I didn't think it was gonna happen. Like, I don't have that kind of confidence. I actually think of myself as a sex maybe, which is to say that if I'm seeing a girl, she'd think I'd have sex with him, maybe, you know, and I'm not ashamed of that. There were periods in my life where I was a sex never. Or a sex with self, always. And often, surprisingly often. Yeah, I just don't give off a great first impression. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, this is the shirt I decided to wear tonight. Like, I didn't spill mustard on the real shirt, and this is the backup shirt. I mean, this is my A outfit. My B outfit was naked. I like to dress down to perpetuate the myth that I might be a fixer-upper. I've reached this point in my life, I don't really look in the mirror before I leave my apartment. I glance at it to make sure I'm not bleeding. You know what I mean? But I don't stare at the mirror. If I stare at the mirror, I get angry. Like, I feel like I'm complaining about a bad call a ref just made. I'm like, come on! You're blind if you're leaving the house like that! And the ref is God, and the competing teams are my gut and my receding hairline. And it's a close game, because my gut is large and my hairline is fast, and I'm all riled up. I'm about to charge the field, and the guy comes by with fried dough. And I'm like, next time! Next time I go with the fried dough.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password,
for you to become a victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Go to lifelock.com/Spotify.
I don't understand it. I do not understand it. Like, I guess it's because kids come to shows sometimes. Yeah, I was doing this rock club once, a rock club. And I show up and there's these parents with this little 6-year-old girl, and I walk over. I feel it's my I'm not going to change my show, but it's my responsibility to warn them what they're about to do to their kid. And I walk over and I was like, hey, and before I could say anything, the little girl looks up at me and goes, are you going to be telling silly stories? Yeah, because in my head I'm like, yes, but about my dick. You know, and you don't need to grow up that fast, honey. So let's maybe stay home, watch some more Dora. Like this entertainment is not for you quite yet. Give it a year. That's new. It's gonna go on the CD. All right, good. I don't understand it. Like, you can curse on TV in Canada. You're allowed to do it there. Because it's not like they do it at the wrong time, you know? It's not like it's on the news. Like, how's the weather? Fucking cold! Back to you, you know? They'd be right, because it's Canada. I was in Winnipeg in January for 2 weeks, because my agent, you know, is a dick. And it was 60 degrees below zero. I know, right? That means if it warmed up by 92 degrees, it'd be freezing. That's a real place that people live on purpose. Like, I don't understand that. We've never had that happen here. That hasn't happened in the continental US, not even once. For them, just a Tuesday. They didn't even bat an eye, because it was frozen open the whole time. But, like, it was 57 below is our record. That's our record. 60. It was 60 there. They didn't care. Our entire record, I looked it up, is 57 below. Yeah, and that was in North Dakota, so nobody knew that it happened. Like, who was there? It's like a thermometer in a field and the cow next to it going, "Fuck!" That's all it was. Because cows start talking when it gets that cold. And you go in the house because it's creepy to see a cow talk. 60 below, man. That is religious weather. Because you walk outside, you say, "Oh my God!" and then you die and you meet him. Unless you're an atheist. Then you're just cold. But even in that weather, it was still, people were still shivering, smoking a cigarette. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that's fantastic that the cigarette wasn't even the health risk in that equation. That they'd be healthier to stay inside and snort cocaine. That would have been a healthier idea. Because that's an indoor drug. You don't take cocaine outdoors, it'll blow everywhere.
I'm not looking for the one, because I'm looking for one of the ones, because I don't think there is a one. There's a lot of people for there just to be one. One? I got one? There's 6 billion people. What if my one lives in Bangladesh and doesn't have the internet? I gotta sleep alone because my one has no 4G? That's not fair. You gotta find one of the ones. That's a lot less pressure. There's a lot of ones. You find one of them. That way you're here tonight, you got a woman. Oh, you're one of them. She starts acting up and you're like, there's other ones. That's good. That's good. You're not the only one. Or the last one. The problem is the system's flawed. You pick the one that you spend the rest of your life with in the middle of your life. Before you've seen the full selection. You haven't perused the rack enough to pick your favorite. That'd be like going to a restaurant, you order food and they set down the food and also a menu of a bunch of better things they didn't tell you they had. You're like, oh, no. What? That is, oh no. You'd be like, I gotta eat this forever now? And they're like, just for the first few years. That was an interesting reaction. It's like, oh, we get it. No, we didn't get it.
There's a commercial on late night TV for this thing you attach to a garden hose. It says, you can water your hard-to-reach plants with this product. Who the fuck would make their plants hard to reach? That seems so very mean. I know you need water, but I'm gonna make you hard to reach. I will throw water at you. Hopefully they'll invent a product before you shrivel and die. Think like a cactus. Says you can have this product for 4 easy payments of $19.95. I would like to have a product that was available for 3 easy payments and 1 fucking complicated payment. We can tell you which payment it is, but one of these payments is gonna be a bitch. The mailman will get shot to death, the envelope will not seal, and the stamp will be in the wrong denomination. Good luck, fucker. That last payment must be made in wampum. My fake plants died because I did not pretend to water them. I think animal crackers made people think that all animals taste the same. What does a giraffe taste like? A hippopotamus. I had them back to back. I'd hate to be a giraffe with a sore throat. God damn it anyway. See, I write jokes for a living, man. You know, I sit at my hotel at night, I think of something that's funny, then I go get a pen and I write it down. Or if the pen's too far away, I have to convince myself that what I thought of ain't funny. I walked by a dry cleaner at 3 a.m. The sign said, sorry, we're closed. You don't have to be sorry. It's 3 a.m. and you're a dry cleaner. It would be ridiculous for me to expect you to be open. I'm not gonna walk in at 10 a.m. and say, hey, I walked by at 3, you guys were closed. Somebody owes me an apology. This jacket would be halfway done.
It's wild. My wife was in surgery for 10 hours, and before the surgery, the surgeon told me, he goes, halfway through, I'll probably stop and get lunch. I don't need to know that. Why even tell me that? Was he afraid I was gonna run into him in the cafeteria? What are you doing here? I get these cravings. Those Snickers commercials are true. But he was a great brain surgeon. We learn later on that he's like the best. I don't know how they determine the best brain surgeon.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Better ingredients. Better pizza. Choose better. Choose Papa John's. Serving Hampton Roads better for 30 years. Here's to another 30 with better for Hampton Roads. Looking for better specials every day? Let us serve you. Visit papajohns.com and choose from our great deals. Enjoy the savings and order with Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Hey, Spotifyers. Click or tap the banner to listen to This Is WizKid, the essential tracks all in one playlist. Brought to you by Douce, the modern expression of cognac. Enjoy responsibly. Douce is a trademark imported by Douce Spirits, Coral Gables, Florida. Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Must be 21 plus to enjoy Douce Cognac.
At this point, it was 5 in the morning. We'd been arguing all night and we hadn't slept. I had to catch a flight at 6:20 a.m. out of Newark Airport to Los Angeles for a show I was doing that night. At this point, I'm overtired and I'm angry and I'm late. I'm stuffing my things in my roller suitcase and I walk out of our apartment. It's 5 a.m., that part of the morning before the earth even exists, before they've programmed the Matrix or whatever. You walk out of your apartment, part of the road isn't even there. There's a guy with a laptop going, "We need a road stat. What's the code for building, tank?" You know, you get to the airport, the news hasn't even started yet. It's just an anchor looking around like, "What are you up to?" And I get to the kiosk and I print up my ticket and I bring it to the security lady and she looks at it and she goes, "Well, that ain't your gate." Like, I guess they changed the gate, but the way she said it was as though I had participated in the decision to change the gate. I was like, I was not involved in this process. I wasn't even CC'd. Like, as though I had gone to the kiosk and been like, "B-22, like hell, I'm flying out of B-22. And then I'd Photoshop my own ticket, printed it up, and been like, "This is where I'm going." You know, I'm not that aggressive as a traveler. So I was like, "Well, where is this gate?" She goes, "It's in another terminal. You gotta take a tram." She points to the tram and I start walking my roller suitcase and I hear her say, "And you better run." Like, I guess I was late at that point, so I start running, and the roller suitcase does not enjoy running. The roller suitcase is like, "I don't want to run. I have wheels." And I was like, "I don't want to run either, but this is what we have to do. I tell you what, when we get to the hotel, I'll walk in circles for a few hours, then I get to the tram and it has that feature where it says how many minutes before the next tram arrives, and it says 0 minutes. I was like, perfect. That's exactly how long I wanted to wait. But the tram's riding away. I was like, that's -1 minute! And then it says 10 minutes, and I'm experiencing that psychological downward spiral, like, oh great, I'm gonna miss my flight, and then I'm gonna miss every flight from now on, and then I'm gonna miss my family reunion, and then I'm not gonna have a family, and then I'm gonna be a crack whore. And it's like all of a sudden, I'm a crack whore, but it's just because I missed this one flight, and I can feel the cancer forming in my body in real time. I get on the next tram 10 minutes later, and I run to the gate, and I'm sweaty, and I'm out of breath, but I'm on time. And I'm so relieved that I sit down in the chair at the gate and I fall asleep. And I wake up to the sound of the doors shutting. I jump up and the door's closed and I am on the sad side of the door. The happy side has an airplane and a pilot. The sad side is me and the Cinnabon lady. Normally, I'd be very excited if it were just me and the Cinnabon lady. I'm a big fan of pastries the size of a baby that have enough calories for a year. I think that's an effective use of time, but in this instance, I needed someone who could communicate with the people on the plane, and the Cinnabon lady is not very well connected in the airline community. I was like, "Do you know these people?" She was like, "All I know is the white stuff goes on the Cinnabon."
I tried that Atkins diet.
And they lied to you on the Atkins. They say, oh, after a week, you won't have any carb cravings. No! After a week, I was hallucinating. Every time the doorbell rang, I thought it was Pizza Hut come to save me. That must be them. I had some carb cravings. When you drive by a bakery and you jump out of a moving vehicle, that's a craving. And I had horrible nightmares on that low-carb diet. I dreamt Dr. Phil was outside my house. John, come out here and exercise. You can't be big if your lifestyle won't allow it. Get off my lawn! John, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you. I'm calling the cops! In some of the low-carb products, I understand I eat way too many carbs, way too many bad carbs. I eat a lot of breads, a lot of pastas, and I'm toning that down. But this low-carb, have you tried the low-carb products, the low-carb bread? I was all excited, because I love bread, and they have low-carb bread. Oh, good. But I took it out of the package, and I tasted it. And it's not like it went bad, it never went good. They have, I can't believe it's not butter. They should call it This Ain't Bread. Because it looks like bread, but it has no other properties of bread. I tried to butter it. You can't butter it. Butter won't go on it. The butter slides off it like, where are you putting me? And the jam just kind of beads up and falls off. Did they Scotch guard this at the factory? That's okay. So I'll toast it. It'll be better. I'll put it in a sandwich. I'll toast it. It doesn't toast. You can't toast it. I'm out in the garage with a blowtorch. It's absorbing the heat like a space shuttle tile. How does this break down in your system if you can't toast it? They're gonna dig me up in 5,000 years and go, he was on the low carb. See that disc there? We've seen a lot of these.
It's a crazy house. 16 years putting this whole thing together. And it works. I wish you the same success. I really do. And the family is a good thing. 16 years in the family. 16 years with the same woman, the same person. Good thing. It's good, and it works. But it's time for a girlfriend. It's definitely time for a girlfriend. No, it's not fair. It's not fair to my wife. It's not fair to this woman to expect her to act like a girlfriend for this long. It's not. Look, when you're a girlfriend, you're motivated. You're excited to see that guy come home. My wife is not that good of an actress. This poor woman has watched me walk from the bedroom to the bathroom in the middle of the night, underwear hanging off my ass, banging into furniture in the dark, for 16 years. How could I expect her to be like, oh goody, I hope he hurries back? I'm out of stories. I've run out of stories. You ever hang out with a married couple, the guy starts telling a story, the wife just starts stirring her drink and rolling her eyes. Here we go again. Blah, blah, blah. We've all heard it, Don. We've all heard it. We're entering that stage. I'm a comedian. She doesn't think I'm funny. It's time for a girlfriend. And look, I'm not gonna be sneaky about it. I'm not gonna cheat. I'm gonna sit her down. I'm gonna tell her my plans straight out. I'll be like, look, I found a girl. She's young and she's dumb. She's just what we need. She hasn't heard any of my stories. She thinks I'm hilarious. She wants to fool around all the time. Don't think of her as my girlfriend. Think of her as your assistant. Thank you so much, Cleveland. You guys were wonderful. Thank you so much.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit when other lenders say no. Apply in minutes and get a decision as soon as the same day. If approved, applications are typically funded the next business day or sooner. Loans offered by NetCredit or lending partner banks and serviced by NetCredit. Application subject to review and approval. Learn more at netcredit.com/partner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Success is picking up extra shifts, but now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door, but now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone. And for more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has helped working adults like you succeed again. Choose from more than 125 degree and certificate programs with online and hybrid courses. Apply now with no application fee and get started August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
All right, Guardians.
Let them know we're coming.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Bro, not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
I have to watch what I eat. My cholesterol is about, I think it's 5,218. Something like that. I don't eat well. I like buying donuts. I feel bad for the donut ladies because people can't make up their mind in these places. You think the donut ladies would just snap and start shooting people. Out! Everybody out! Go on. I don't know what it is about buying donuts, but people freak out. They go in there, okay. Looking around, all right. I need a dozen donuts. Oh. You have a lot of donuts. Okay, I'm gonna start with 4 chocolate. I want 2 twisty goos. I want a lemon twitter. I want a raspberry puff. I want a honey curl and no, 2 chocolate. No, one. Put it back. I want a Bavarian apple crunch. Get the ladder. Hey. Why don't you go out inside and think it over, huh? It's a big decision. Can't blow donut day. But the donut ladies have learned how to get back at you. They do the subtraction for you in front of the other customers, make you look like an idiot. You go in there, yeah, I'd like a dozen donuts. I'll start with 7 chocolate. You have 5 left. Oh. Okay, if I order 1 more, then how many would I have left? How many would I have then, donut lady? That's what I need to know, and now! You know how many I get. They have some weird donuts. There are some donuts that I don't understand who thought of them. There's one donut. Have you ever seen this? I've seen it in more than one donut place. It's a donut with frosting all over the top, and there are sprinkles on it, but the sprinkles are just over on one end of the donut. For the life of me, I don't know who's looking for that in a donut. Somebody have that particular of a taste that's what they're looking for? You know, they walk into a donut place, gling, gling, gling. Gling, gling, gling. Okay. I want a donut, and I want frosting all over the top. And I want sprinkles, but not all over. I just want them scrunched over on the edge. You got anything like that? We sure do, freshly baked. We saw you pulling in. It's called our Spring Smidge for lunatics like you.
I think they could take sesame seeds out the market and I wouldn't even care. I can't imagine 5 years from now saying, damn, remember sesame seeds? What happened? All the buns are blank. They're gonna have to change that McDonald's song. 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a bun. How does a sesame seed stick to a bun? That's fucking magical. There's got to be some sesame seed glue out there. Either that or they're adhesive on one side. Take the sesame seed out, remove the backing, and place it on the bun. Now your bun will look spectacular. What does a sesame seed grow into? I don't know. We never give him a chance. What the fuck is a sesame? It's a street. It's a way to open shit. You think when the guy came up with the idea to invent a bong, a black light popped up over his head? I shouldn't do this joke because it's gonna ruin my cover, but I like the FedEx driver because he's a drug dealer and he don't even know it. And he's always on time. I remixed the remix, it was back to normal.
I suppose the most famous Canadian right now is Drake, right? I saw Drake in concert a couple months ago. I bet you wouldn't even think I would be friends with Drake, but guess what? I'm not. But I did see Drake in concert. I had 2 shows in Las Vegas in the same night, and after the second show, the promoter came up to me and he goes, "Hey Jim, Drake is doing a special show here in a nightclub in the casino. Would you like to go and feel uncomfortable?" And I just finished my second show. It was like 11:30, and I was like, you know what? I want to go. I want to go. You know, I might not be a Drake expert, but you know, I have friends that like Drake. Well, my 6-year-old Patrick likes Drake, so I want to impress Patrick. So the promoter took Ted and I, and he escorted us through the casino to the nightclub where all these Drake fans were waiting to go in. They all looked at me like, "Oh my gosh, there's Drake's accountant." And they brought us in the club and they set us up at a table and they got us drinks and everything. And they're like, "Do you need anything else?" And I was like, "When does Drake go on?" And they're like, 2:30. And I was like, "Cool, can I get a wake-up call?" Because it was probably midnight at this point. So I had to decide, do I wait 2.5 hours to see one of the biggest musicians of today, who I personally knew one of his songs? Or do I go back to my room and sleep? And I just figured, God's plan, right? God's plan. So I spent the next 2.5 hours hanging around these drunk Drake fans, trying to stay awake. After an hour, I realized Drake is just a combination of the words drunk and awake. Drake. $2:30 finally came. No Drake. Around 2:45, I was like, did Drake pick up a shift at Tim Hortons? Drake finally went on at 3 a.m. I don't know, maybe he slept in. 3 a.m. You know, like if you're even out at 3 a.m., you've made a couple bad decisions. That's when Drake starts work. And I work at night. I like working at night. And generally, the later a job starts, the more appealing. But 3 a.m., Drake might as well be hosting the Today Show. He could fill in for Savannah Guthrie. Drake did an hour show. He performed from 3 to 4. I learned later on he was paid $2 million for that 1 hour of work, so we make the same. The show ended at 4, and I started walking back to my room. 4 a.m. in Vegas, which is 7 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I live in New York, and so it's like 7 a.m. in New York and 9:13 in Newfoundland. When I was walking back, I was like, you know, it's 7 a.m. and I should just call home. So I called home, my wife answered, and she was like, "What are you doing awake?" And I'm like, "It's a long story. Is Patrick, our 6-year-old, is he awake?" And she put Patrick on the phone, and I'm like, "Patrick, you're not gonna believe who I just saw in concert. I saw Drake." And Patrick said, "Who's Drake?" So it was worth it. It was totally worth it. All right, that is all for me. Thank you so much for coming.
Abby and I were living together, and I was experiencing a lot of anxiety, which is strange, you know, because we were very much in love. I mean, I had fallen for Abby from the moment we met, because she had this big, beautiful smile. Like, it seemed like her teeth were bigger than her head, but in a sexy way. And I kept running into her on campus because I was following her, and I would see her, and I'd say, "Hey, we should hang out sometime, like not by mistake." And she would say no, which was hot also, because I knew she was sensible. And eventually I wore her down. I tricked her. That's how you get the best ones. She had said no so many times I threw an off-speed pitch. I said, "Hey, we should go to church sometime." I hadn't been to church since the tumor, but it had worked, you know. And I said, that way, if the date doesn't go well, maybe we'll get something out of the homily. My sense of humor hadn't yet matured, but But neither had hers, and so it worked. And so we went to church on our first date. I remember this very well because it was raining, and I'd remembered to bring an umbrella, so I was able to walk her home in the rain. And she held onto my arm, and it was the happiest I'd ever been. I got back to the computer lab in my dorm, and I wrote an email to my brother Joe. I said, I just went out with the girl I'm gonna marry. Abby had to convince me to have sex for the first time. It was like a reversal of the abusive boyfriend from those 80s high school movies where the girl is like, Devin, I can. Devin's like, but you can. Well, she was Devin, and I was Molly Ringwald, and I was always afraid of sex in high school. I was one of those kids, I didn't even understand the concept of sex. When people started having sex, I was like, people we know are having sex? But how? You know, that is not who you want to be in high school, I'll tell you. My nickname in high school was the math jockey. And what's sad about that, among other things, is that I wasn't good at math. Which means I just looked like I was good at math, which means I was not the sex jockey. So Abby and I decide that for our first time we're gonna go to a bed and breakfast because nothing alleviates the fear of having sex for the first time like a really elaborate plan. And we went to this place, and it was called the Philip Smith House, and it was run by these two gay men named David and Leon, and it was a really cute partnership because David cooked breakfast and Leon screwed David. I'm not sure of the specifics. It seemed that way, but I lost my virginity at the Philip Smith House, and it was very clunky and awkward, and then we stared at each other in disgust. But we were in love, you know, and the first time you fall in love, it's such a transcendent feeling, you know. It's like eating pizza-flavored ice cream, you know, your brain can't even process that level of joy, and love makes people do crazy things like kill people or shop at Crate and Barrel, and it just makes us all a little delusional. I really think that. I think our whole lives, no matter how low our self-esteem gets, there's some part of us that thinks, I have a secret special skill that no one knows about, and if they knew, they'd be amazed. And eventually we meet someone who's like, you have a secret special skill. And you're like, I know. So do you. And they're like, I know. And then you're like, we should eat pizza ice cream together. And that's what love is. It's this mountain of pizza ice cream and delusion.
When you download the Kroger app, you have easy access to savings every day. Get the most out of weekly sales and receive personalized coupons to save on your favorite items, all while earning 1 fuel point for every $1 spent. Kroger makes it easy to save while you shop, whether it's in-store or online, so you get the most value out of every trip, every time. Download the Kroger app now to save big on your next purchase. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Must have a digital account to redeem offers. Restrictions may apply. See site for details.
The new crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver only has 3.2 carbs and 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like all the great Thursday night drink specials, but none of the long bar lines. Like all the hot days, but none of the warm drinks. Heineken Silver always ends on a high note and never on a bitter one. That's all the taste, with no bitter endings. Click here to order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Please enjoy Heineken responsibly.
My kids were with me. In Amsterdam, I brought my kids to the Anne Frank house. I told some friends that, and they're like, aren't your kids a little young for the Anne Frank house? And you know what I learned? They are. They're too young. But I wanted to bring them. You know, it's an important place. I want them to learn. So I brought them. We were standing outside the Anne Frank house, and I said, this is a special, somber place. This is where Anne Frank, her family, and some friends hid from the Nazis for 2 years, and they couldn't speak during the day. And Anne also wrote this diary, so let's be respectful. My 6-year-old raised his hand, and he goes, do they have video games here? And I said, I'm going to need you to be quiet for the rest of your life. bought tickets online to the Anne Frank House. I Googled it. The Anne Frank House has a Google rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars. Who's giving the Anne Frank House a bad review? It's like, yeah, wasn't that fun? It's kind of crowded, and there were no video games. Why do we feel the need to review everything? Nobody's going to Anne Frank's house looking for hot dogs. I misread it. I thought it was Anne Frank's house. I was getting ready to have me an Amsterdam dog.
This is my job. This is what I do for a living. My 6th grade teacher told me I could never make a living as a smart aleck. So every year I go home, I call her up, I tell her how much I make, I laugh, I hang up. That's what I do. Bam! She's in a nursing home. She has no idea who I am. But it just feels good to do it. Now, some of you probably think that's mean, and yes, I agree it is, but I have a Christian worldview, so I'm forgiven. If I was a Buddhist, I'd have to work it off. Thank God for Jesus. That's what I say.
I hate to say it when it's not the road construction slowing you down, it's the really old folks in the fast lane. I'm always getting stuck behind that one old guy in the fast lane driving that Ford Tortoise or whatever they drive. You know the guy I'm talking about? Blinker's been on since he bought the car. You can always tell when it's a really old guy because they all have that same silhouette where the ears get twice as big as the head. Because they grow like summer squash when you hit 85, don't they? My grandpa makes Ross Perot look like Vincent van Gogh. I'm not kidding. I think his ears grow an inch per year. Do weird stuff when you get really old, man. My grandmother actually kind of shrinks every year. Anybody else got grandmas like that? They kind of get smaller, yeah? My grandma just turned 98. Yeah, she's about that big. Her and Grandpa go to the movies, he just sneaks her in his ear. It works out really good.
It's all about communicating. My favorite question. 6 months we're married. I'm leaving the house. I got golf clubs on my shoulder. I got golf shoes in my hand. I'm walking through my living room, and every woman in this room knows what my wife asked me. Where are you going? I was only married a few months. I looked at her, I said, I'm going bowling, Columbo. That would be the wrong answer. 2 hours later, I was still in my living room. Come on, baby, please, just tell me what this is about. If you hurry, honey, I can make the back nine. Come on. It's about the right answer. That's what it's about. It's about knowing why your beautiful, intelligent wife would ask such a ridiculous question. Today, 20 years later, if I'm leaving my house with golf clubs on my shoulder and golf shoes in my hand, and I'm walking through my living room and my wife goes, where you going? Oh, I'm gonna put these in the car, honey, then I'm gonna come back and mow our lawn. That's where I'm going. Right.
Now it's cool doing comedy because I get to travel. I travel all over the world doing comedy. I was in Nebraska for some reason. I noticed that some of the airports, they don't have enough security. One airport didn't even have a real metal detector. It was just a lady standing there with an attitude. He looked like he got something. Beep. Did you just say beep? This is gonna stop me. Excuse me, Michael Jr., we're gonna have to use a wand on you. I was like, all right, that's cool, and I spread my arms out. This little dude named Juan came over and started frisking me.
I'm very close with my family. I am the godfather to my brother's little girl, and I hate to admit this, but I didn't know until she was 2 years old that being a godfather actually meant something. I thought it was a formality, like a best man at a wedding or an iTunes agreement. Turns out if anything happens to my brother and his wife, God forbid, I gotta take care of my niece. I never would have signed up for this if I read the rule book. Nothing will make you care more about your brother's health. I am mailing him boxes of vegetables and P90X DVDs. I got a 7-year-old niece. She got a visit from the tooth fairy. She's all excited about that. She goes, Uncle Keith, I got $20 from the tooth fairy. 20 bucks? Did you have an ivory tusk in your face? Who's getting 20 bucks for a tooth? If that was the rate when I was a kid, I'd be brushing my teeth with Dr. Pepper and a Snickers bar. I'd be saving up for a bike. I'd be the freaky toothless kid in the neighborhood. But I bought my bike.
Summertime, we went to a bunch of fairs, too. It's amazing how your perspective on fairs changes. Because as a kid, you're like, the fair, there's a fair. As an adult, you're like, that looks dangerous. Are they cooking in that truck? We used to go to the fair to see the biggest pig in the county. Now we go to the fair to be the biggest pig in the county. Some of that food at fairs, it's ridiculous. Deep fried Oreos, okay. Deep fried Twinkies, maybe. Deep fried butter, no. You know, occasionally you'll eat a stick of butter. What if we deep fried it? No. It's wrong. I mean, it's delicious. But it's wrong. There's no health inspector at the fair. That's why they can do that. Because everything at the fair is very temporary, meaning when the cops come, they can leave. And some of those rides don't look safe. I'll just let my kids go first. No sense in us all dying. But you never want to be judgmental at the fair. You're always like, you know what, I'm sure this ride's fine. You know, I'm sure the guy running the ride, he's probably a structural engineer. We don't know, that's probably how he lost his arm, you know?
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit when other lenders say no. Apply in minutes and get a decision as soon as the same day. If approved, applications are typically funded the next business day or sooner. Loans offered by NetCredit or lending partner banks and serviced by NetCredit. Application subject to review and approval. Learn more at netcredit.com/partner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Guardians. Let them know we're coming.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Gross. Not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
Okay, this wasn't supposed to make it to the special. There was an issue that happened. I felt bad because I flew in today and I didn't know that if you're straight ahead of me, it looks like I have no leg. I also brought a big boot to wear over it. So I'm scaring children at the airport who think I have no leg and I'm carrying my leg. Mommy has no leg! So yeah, that's a thing. We'll address it. I was standing firmly, I thought, on Obamacare and Trump yanked it from under me. Is what it is. This is my crutch-like thing. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Thank you. I'm sorry for your view, ma'am. I'm sorry for your view.
Actually, nice folks in Arkansas. They're really. I toured the whole state not too long ago, and here's the thing. I saw signs everywhere. I think it was going on statewide. It said Arkansas Shakespeare Festival. You don't need a punchline for that, do you? What light in that yonder window done broke over there? Romeo, Romeo, where y'all at? To be or not to be? What was the question again?
As I mentioned, I am married, and I am happily married. It's great. Yeah, we fight sometimes, but it's always about silly things that don't really matter. You know, like the other day, we were having a nice dinner, and I asked my wife if she had a Kleenex. And she said, "If you don't think I should carry a purse, don't ask me for things that I keep in my purse." Sorry. I was like, what's this? What are you talking about? Turns out 3 weeks earlier, I said to her, "I'm glad I get to carry a wallet instead of a purse." And we kept talking about that for 3 weeks inside her head. Apparently, Head Me has some pretty bad things to say about purses.
Purse and everything. I'll tell you what, I grew up in America, and I know before the lawyers took over, where if a kid wanted to maim himself, we had a lot of ways of maiming ourselves. Remember BB gun fights? Remember those? What do you shoot beer cans for about an hour, and one kid goes, "You know, we could shoot each other." And everybody in our neighborhood had them CO2 gas-powered pistols. My mother gets me a Daisy 1 pump. Familiar with that? Guys know what I'm talking about. Went about 6 feet with an arc. Hit a sparrow in the head once, didn't even wake the bird up. My buddies had them CO2. Them things go through concrete. My Daisy wouldn't penetrate Cool Whip. And my dad calls up, wanted to buy my son a BB gun. That's what he said, "Can I get you boys BB guns?" I said, "Yeah," and pick his little brother up a set of glass eyes. My son goes, "I won't shoot my brother." I said, "If you didn't shoot your brother, I'd have you in for a psychiatric evaluation." I shot my sister so many times, she told her husband that her cellulite was BB wounds for me. And he believed her, so who's the moron in this conversation? What you did to your sister's thighs. Bing.
Watch everybody, man. I also watch vehicles. If some cars could talk, they would have some serious complaints. Like a Geo Metro. Look at me, man, I'm a Geo Metro. I'm one of the smallest vehicles on the market. Why the biggest human being in the world got to buy me? We the same size. Can I get a ride once in a while? Then after that, some black people bought me. I'm about to run out of gas. I just added that just now. I don't know why.
Recently, I was invited to a surprise birthday party. It was a surprise birthday party for a dog. That's right, I have friends that are mentally ill. I went, it was in my apartment building, and I needed the material. And to be fair, the dog was surprised. Didn't suspect a thing. Dog didn't know it was his birthday. The dog didn't know it had a birthday. The dog wasn't sure why people were in the apartment. It was the dog's 3rd birthday, which in dog years doesn't matter. Someone made that up, and we just went along with it. Oh, 1 year equals 7 for doggies? Okay. When I see a dog, I'll do math. That's not fulfilling some dog need. You know, there's not a dog sitting in a bar right now going, I'm not 3, I'm 21. I can legally drink. That's not how dogs keep track of time. If you have a dog, you know they don't keep track of time. You've left your home, forgotten something, walked back in, only to be greeted by your dog like you've just returned from war. They're back! It's a miracle! They're back after I don't know how long, because I'm a dog! These poor dogs! We just attach these points of view on these poor dogs. Like dog is man's best friend. How desperate are humans? We're best friends, right? Dog's like, well, aren't we different species? But we're best friends forever. You know, you locked me in the house all day with nothing but a bowl of water. You'd think you let your best friend sit on the couch. We're best friends. Now put on this fireman's outfit. We're gonna do a photo shoot for Instagram. You know, sometimes when you sleep, I think about eating your face.
Feel every beat of summer at Busch Gardens Williamsburg. Catch live concerts by Maddie and Tay, Flo Rida, and more. Rock to the rhythms of the Coke Studio DJ Dance Party. Escape the storm on the all-new Dark Coaster. And discover more world-class thrills and all-new shows. Turn up the fun after sundown during summer nights. And enjoy the ice-cold refreshment of Coca-Cola all day. Only at Busch Gardens. Save up to $30 on a special Coca-Cola all-day drink plus ticket offer. Refillable souvenir bottle included. Restrictions apply.
Hello and welcome to The Kroger Show. At Kroger, everyone wins when it comes to saving big. Because when you order online through the Kroger app, you get the same great prices, deals, and rewards on pickup or delivery that you do in-store, with no hidden fees or markups. And now, shop today and get $15 off your first pickup or delivery order. So whether you're a delivery lover, picker-upper, or you shop in-store, you'll always save big at Kroger. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Let's get to it. I'm bald. Where are my people at, huh? Make some noise. Where are my people? You still got a little on the sides, though. I don't know if you... Do you need the sides? You just get crazy on the weekend, spike that stuff up. What's up, ladies? What's up, baby? It's Friday. It's Friday. He's like Wolverine at night. Yeah, ladies. Yes. Good to see you, sir. You're close. Because here's the thing. I always feel I have to tell people this. I have been shaving my head for style. Okay? For the last 10 years, I've been shaving it for style. Right? Then a couple weeks ago, I thought I'd grow it out for the heck of it, and it's been 10 years. It's thinning, right? But it's thinning just in the back. Okay? So technically, I could grow an afro, but it would look like a cup holder. What are you laughing at, Wolverine? Supposed to go like that.
So I've been, was at the dollar store earlier today. I love that place, the dollar store. I was over there getting a present for my wife. And actually, I was checking on my CD sales. But this is absolutely true. I'm not kidding. I'm at this dollar store getting all these items, right? And first of all, the cashier is like scanning stuff at the dollar store. And one item won't go through, so she keeps trying it. I'm thinking, if she calls for a price check, I'm going to punch her. She keeps trying it. Finally, I'm like, pretty sure it's $1. And the people who shop there are just as bad. I don't know how many times I've been in the dollar store, there was somebody going, how much is this? I'm thinking, it's the dollar store. Can you memorize that? One time I said it right to their face. I did. I got fired, but it was worth it.
Little stuff. You ever catch the same movie on 2 different channels with like that 2-second delay? Oh. Have you not? That's like one of the greatest joys in life. The other day I'm flipping channels, I caught like Forrest Gump was on like HBO and TBS, right? I'm like, Janae, Janae. Honey, get in here, it's doing it again. Right? And then for like the whole movie, you're like, run, Forrest, run, Forrest. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. That's all the kind of shrimp they is. That's all like you think a commercial's gonna mess it up. Get it off sync, but it doesn't. It's amazing. You better hope it's not a Rocky marathon. I'll be there all day. One time in my life, I caught the same movie on 3 different channels. Yeah, and I will tell you, it was incredible. It was incredible. It was incredible.
I'm a single guy. Here's the only thing I've learned about women at my age, and that's women do not want a psycho. At first. Fellas, you can't come out of the gate too soon with a psycho, you'll scare a woman off. But if you hold it in for too long, she doesn't think you're really into her, right? Like if after 2 weeks of dating you said to her, if you ever leave me, I swear I will kill you.
Oh my God, he's crazy!
But after 2 years when you say to her, if you ever leave me, I swear I will kill you.
Oh my God, he really loves me! I want to have your crazy babies. We'll call them Crabies. Cribs full of Crabies. Every girl's rockabye Craby in the treetop. When the wind blows, the Craby will rock.
Check his scalp for the mark of the beast!
I said I was trying earlier. I think I can be honest with you. We both know I'm not trying. Like at all. And that's how you look like this, by not trying every day. Like today I went to McDonald's. Twice. First time was on purpose. I think the second was just a combination of road hypnosis and muscle memory. Twice in the same day, that's nothing. Try going twice in the same shift. Yeah, that's an experience right there. You pull up to the menu, order your food, they say pull around, and you do because you're hungry and obedient. And you get to the window and you see that same person recognize you from earlier and just start questioning everything. You're like, am I stuck in a time loop? Or is this just the saddest man on the planet? No, being the regular at a diner or a cafe, that's cool. You stroll in, they treat you like part of the family. Being the regular at an Arby's is way less glamorous. You walk in, they're like, ah, him again. Better fire up the second fryer. Need to get more curly fries out of the freezer. Stat!
I wish I liked fish. I wish I was the person in the restaurant so like, I don't get to go out to dinner that often, but instead of getting a delicious steak, I'll get the fish, because I like disgusting food. Because fish is disgusting. How bored are you with eating if you're ordering the fish? Just bring me something gross. I like to waste money. Who's the first person to walk into a harbor and go, hey, whatever reeks in here, let's eat that? Fish don't even like fish. That's why they're always frowning. They're like, what's that smell? Oh, it's me. I'm a fish. What's the best compliment you can give fish? Is to say that it's not fishy. Isn't fish supposed to be fishy? Get the hamburger. It's not burgery. Fishy is an indication something's wrong. Something fishy going on here? No, everything's burgery. I'm Catholic. Every Friday during Lent, we eat fish, which is supposed to symbolize the suffering of Jesus on the cross. What? Which means at one point someone was like, how should we honor the sacrifice of Jesus? And the other guy was like, well, we could fast, we could starve ourselves. No, that's too easy. what if we ate fish? The other guy was like, I'd rather be crucified. It's a true story, it's in the Bible. Fish. Some cultures, they eat fish for breakfast. Good morning, here's some fish. It matches your breath. I'm not even hungry in the morning, granted, because I ate a couple hours earlier. But fish? I was in Iceland, went down to breakfast. At the beginning of the buffet, there was a bottle of fish oil and 12 shot glasses. They're drinking fish for breakfast. I don't know when you're supposed to drink fish, but maybe not when you wake up. Do you want the orange juice, the grapefruit juice, or the fish juice? The best news that ever happened to grapefruit juice. Finally, I'm not the worst thing on the planet.
Why?
Why? If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this
Why?
a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Rise and shine, honey. We don't want to miss our flight.
Our flight is in 7 hours. And we have TSA PreCheck with our Navy Federal flagship credit card.
TSA PreCheck. Getting my bugle through security will be so much easier now.
Learn how you can earn up to 3 times points on travel with the flagship credit card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Get summer savings up to 40% off right now on select Ring doorbells and cameras. Answer the door from your pool.
Gates open, we're out back.
Or say hi from the airport.
I miss you.
Chill out and check in. Save up to 40% at ring.com.
Introducing new frozen lemonade Starbucks Refreshers beverages. Try one of 3 blends of sweet fruit flavors, real fruit pieces, and lemonade to savor every sip of summer. Order yours in the Starbucks app.
You know what else? There's another safety thing I read about that you can get. Volvo, they have a new keyless entry device, and it has a heartbeat sensor on it. So it's like you aim it at your car and you press it. If it flashes, that means someone is hiding in your car and they're going to kill you. That's just what's going to happen. It's going to get real if you go to your car. The only thing, though, it's like $1,000, which is kind of expensive. So if you don't have the money, what you can do is you can just look in your window. That's the other way, yeah. It's not as flashy, I'll admit that. It's not as flashy, it's the same. It's the same. I had a guy try to convince, like I told him about it, and he tried to convince me that it was for when people leave their babies in the car. Like, I was like, are you out of your mind, dude? Like, that's no way. Like, I've heard a few stories where that's happened, not millions, that they need to invent something for that. Like, how often does he think, like, people are just walking away from their car, like, pretty regularly, and being like, you know what, I cannot, for the life of me, remember if I brought my baby with me today. And how far would you park to be like, I do not want to walk back and check. I don't have time to be zigzagging all over this parking lot. Like, they should do something, you know? I got an idea for this.
So I'm in a pretty good mood this week. I just bought myself a nice car. Not a new one, but a pretty nice one. I've never in my life had a decent car. Even when I was young and single, which kind of stinks, because, you know, chicks go for the guys with the nice cars when you're young and single. Corvettes, Mustangs. Too bad for me, Pacer went on the list. Otherwise, I'd have been Rico Suave. That's what I had, man, Pacer. Paid $250 for it, because I wasn't about to get a used one. Pacer, what a car. Thing wasn't even a car, it's more like a window and 4 tires. Remember that big giant window? Ain't no chicks riding with Bubble Boy. One time I wore all white, people thought I was the Pope. I'll tell you, that car was messed up too, man. Had like one broken headlight, and the one that worked points straight up in the sky like the bat signal. I get people following me thinking there was a grand opening somewhere. That doggone new Walmart keeps moving. I hated winters in a Pacer too, man, because the heater's got like 2 settings, you know? Cold or fire and brimstone. Can either have icicles coming out of your nostrils or no eyebrows.
I don't understand this country's obsession with weight. To me, weight is nothing but a number. That's it. And everybody in this room has a number that makes them feel good about themselves. The key is to just stand on a scale and look at your number. Well, I bought a digital scale. Those numbers gradually build up to your correct weight. You can jump off anytime. See your number, get off the scale, man. Why torture yourself? Who needs that kind of punishment? 155, that's all I'm weighing this week. No, honey, I may not look it, but I lost 45 pounds last night. And my wife's dieting now. That means we're all dieting. That's the rule. I gotta sneak cookies in my house like I'm some kind of criminal. Go down in the basement with the boys and I'm handing them out to the kids. One of you will betray me. Not sure, but it will be the 3-year-old Judas, I'm sure. She came home with rice cakes for dessert. You believe that? Rice cakes? You see the word cake, you think, well, okay, maybe. You ever bite into one of them things? Cake doesn't come to mind. Hey, caulk would be a better word. Who's she kidding? It's not food, it's insulation. Well, we could save a few bucks, just eat the styrofoam peanuts that came with your Thigh Master. That are awful. Our dog went and ate about 9 of those rice cakes. Hour later, went in the yard and passed the thermos.
So in my comedy, well, all I do really is I watch people. I pay close attention to people. And I ask the question, why? I just look at them and be like, well, why did he do that? Like college students, right? Take somebody who goes to a nice school, anywhere in the country, ask them what school they go to, you get a nice, quick answer. What school you go to? USC? Nice, quick answer. New York University. What school you go to? NYU? Ask somebody to go to community college. You get a much longer response, don't you? What school you go to? Well, see right now, what I'm doing, I'm gonna get a couple credits, right? Get my financial aid. My cousin gonna let me use his books, man. You thirsty? You want some Kool-Aid or something? I got some Kool-Aid if you're thirsty.
It's a dinner party, man. I'm trying to go to more parties. I'm not good at them. Not good at talking to people. Which might sound weird in this setting. I can handle this for some reason, but parties aren't set up like this. I don't show up at parties and people go, all right, we'll all get over here and you get over there. Parties, people are all around you. What are you doing back there? What are you up to? What's your quest? Plus, with a small group, I never know when a conversation's over. You know? When is it okay to walk away from people? Is he still talking back there? Is he making any more sense than when he started?
I have been lucky enough to perform in the UK a couple times, and one time I was walking through Piccadilly Circus, which for the record is a horrible circus. There's no animals. And no, I was walking through Piccadilly Circus and I saw they had an M&M store. And I looked at that M&M store and it just made me think of all the things the British have given the Americans. Like our language, Shakespeare, the Magna Carta. And I looked at the M&M store and I thought, now we're even. When I looked at the M&M store, I wasn't even embarrassed to be American. I was ashamed to be human. Because has anyone at any point in their life thought, when are they gonna open an M&M store? Sure, I can buy M&Ms absolutely anywhere, but I like to buy in bulk, in a pro-M&M environment. obviously, we don't need an M&M store. We don't even need different colored M&Ms. They all taste the same. They're just bits of chocolate shaped like Advil. With an M on it. They're not even M&Ms, they're M's. We don't do that with anything else. You want some raisin and raisins? Go ahead. Grab a handful of raisin and raisins. No, I don't even know how many M&Ms or M's they would have to sell in London to justify Piccadilly Circus real estate, but this M&M store is massive in the UK. It is 3 levels, which I guess makes sense, because the first level, so you can buy M&Ms. The second level, so you can buy more M&Ms. And then the third level, so you can jump to your death. Because you wasted time in an M&M store when you were in London. By the way, I don't have any judgment. If you personally enjoy going to the M&M store, that's fine, but obviously you shouldn't vote. I was with my kids at the time, and they wanted to go to the M&M store, because little children only want to do horrible things. Kids never want to do something fun, like sit in a dark bar and drink beer. And I remember standing there with my kids, and I was aware that there were other parents with their children in the M&M store, because that's what you do as a parent. You do things with your kids because you love them. But I realized in that moment, I don't love my kids that much. I love them enough to walk by the M&M store. Jim, you're a monster. But being a parent is not that different from being a tourist. It's essentially the same experience. In both, you walk around exhausted, spending money you don't have, while you look for a bathroom. It's the same experience.
It's like I think of it like time traveling. Like if I could go back in time, like if I could go back in time tonight and go back to like the 20s, knowing everything I know right now, I don't think I would make a difference. I don't think you guys would even hear about it. I don't think you would. I just don't, like, because I don't have anything to get, you know. Like, I would go back and I would see, like, some guy on an old phone, and I'd be like, hey, eventually they have phones you, like, carry in your pocket. And they're like, yes, like, how do they do it? I'm like, I mean, I don't know how they do it. I think it's a satellite. They're like, what's a satellite? Oh, I should have even said that. It's like metal. Metal's got to go pretty high in the air. I don't know if you guys are doing it. I don't even know if I could prove I'm from the future. I don't even think I could. I think I would just get stuck. Because they would want something, like, who's the next president? Oh, boy. Abraham Lincoln. You guys are going to love him. He's really good. They just think I'm from the past. That's what they would like. It would just look like, they don't have to get a regular job. I would just have to, like, wait tables or something. In the 20s. I would go back in time and do worse than I'm doing right now.
Why do we hunt for new recipes the whole family will love? Because Butterball knows that a meal is a way to show you care. That's why we turn weeknight dinners into something worth sitting down for. Today and every day, we make meaningful memories together. Today, we cherish the big moments, savor the small moments, and enjoy new everyday favorites. Butterball. Today, we turkey. Tap the banner to explore recipes.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Rise and shine, honey. We don't want to miss our flight.
Our flight is in 7 hours. And we have TSA PreCheck with our Navy Federal flagship credit card.
TSA PreCheck. Getting my bugle through security will be so much easier now.
Learn how you can earn up to 3 times points on travel with the flagship credit card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
I had a hard time growing up, you know. I was never the class clown in school, you know. Class clown was always the mean guy who walks in the room and is like, "You're fat, you're gay, I'm out of here," you know. And I was always a little fat and a little gay. I never got along with that guy. He was this guy, Kenny. It was a real guy, and not to be crude, but he would pull his dick out in gym class and he'd hit people with it like it was a wet towel. And they would cheer. They'd be like, "He hit me," you know. "Kenny's hilarious." And I was like, "He's not hilarious. He's elastic." And that is not a skill. That is an attribute. I ain't got no love for attributes. I never said that, but I thought it later after my Jay-Z phase in college. I was always the kid who things happened to. Because I was always afraid of everything. Like every summer, my friends would go to Old Mill Pond and they would jump out of a 30-foot tree into a pond. And I never partook in this because I knew that I'm not jump out of the tree guy. You know, like I know that doesn't play to my skill set. My skills, if you're wondering, include making English muffin pizzas, microwaving hot chocolate, dipping English muffin pizzas in hot chocolate. But one summer I went up in the tree and just to see what it would look like, and one of my friends, Matt, was like, "Dude, you gotta jump." And I was like, "Oh, no thank you." And he was like, "What's the worst thing that can happen? It's only water." Which is really flawed logic because historically a lot of terrible things have happened in water. Drowning, shark attacks, bad sex. But he made an argument that in Boston, where I'm from, is irrefutable. He was like, "Do it." And so I jumped out of the tree, and for a few seconds there, I was feeling pretty good. I was like, maybe I am jump out of the tree guy, you know, like, I'm gonna go celebrate with an English muffin pizza. And then 2 things happened simultaneously as I hit the water. One is that my back landed on the water at a flat plane, and it made a gunshot noise. The second is that about 9 gallons of water rushed so far up my ass, it felt like it was coming out of my mouth. It was like a back alley colonoscopy from Dr. Oldmill, whose instruments had been sterilized in frog piss and pond scum, and I'm underwater and I can hear laughter above the surface of the water. And I knew that when you hear that level of volume when you're underwater, that it's loud, you know, and I started to question those friendships. I was like, I'm not sure these people are my friends, you know. But they are still my friends. And that's sad.
The first thing my wife did when we got married was take my spine away from me. Keeps it in her purse. Give it back if I have to do something manly. 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard a noise. Well, here's your spine, go down and see what it was. Well, I hate that, man. Wake up call, heard something downstairs. Some nights I put on the noise uniform. That's her bathrobe and big fuzzy slippers. Make sure I'm looking tough in case the bad guy's down there. My theory is the guy will look at me and go, wow, I don't even want to meet the man that married you. She should go down there. If the guy tracked mud on the living room rug, she'd kill him where he stood.
I watch people in my comedy. That's what I do. I notice when I move to Los Angeles, I notice everybody there drinks bottled water. I'm not paying for no water. It's free. And they try to tell me the California tap water is bad for you. I've been drinking the tap water since I moved there. I haven't noticed any problems with me. Not to mention, I've been drinking the tap water since I moved there. I haven't noticed any problems with me. Hey, don't even work on that joke right there. Just let it go. Just let it go.
I saw this on the sign outside McDonald's, the big sign, the marquee or whatever. It said, now hiring, apply inside. Yeah, apply inside. Apparently they've determined that there's a big problem. Big problem with potential employees just driving right by. Just potential. Yeah, I'd like to get a job at that McDonald's, but where do you go to apply? I don't know. I think you go downtown to the sheriff's department. It's all political. It's who you know. Sometimes they put this now hiring, inquire within. That's pretty fancy language for a Taco Bell, isn't it? Did you ever talk like that? It's like Shakespeare wrote the damn sign. I just want to go in there. Is the manager within? Oh manager, wherefore art thou, manager? Surely within the confines of these walls? To make chalupas or not to make chalupas? I was here yesterday to no avail. Inquire within. Inquire within. I guess when you're gonna quit, you got to give them your fortnight notice. You know. I shan't be returning. I shan't be back. Oh, what?
Best vacation ever. We went to the UK. My daughter was studying in Scotland, so we went over to visit her. We thought it was going to be great because everyone there speaks English, which is a lie. We took a double-decker bus tour around London, and our tour guide spoke a charming accent of mumble. It's like, oh, here you got Big Ben, was happy, which of course probably will kings of the crown. What? The whole tour was that. Scotland, the taxi driver picked us up, couldn't understand a word he said. Welcome to Edinburgh, we're going to take you. I'm sorry, a wee bit slower. Welcome to Edinburgh, we're going to take you. A wee bit slower. Welcome to Edinburgh, where can I take you? We just walked to the hotel. It was useless.
You know what I find incredible? The fact that you guys drive in the snow. That amazes me. That you manage that, because the roads get all slick. It's essentially a giant game of bumper cars that you're playing, right? That's an amazing thing. I got into a cab in Minneapolis in the wintertime. We got out on the road. The cab driver hit the brakes. One good time, the cab went slide. My life was flashing before my eyes. And this Midwestern cab driver was completely unaffected by it. So, where are you in from? Sitting sideways at the light. When the light changes, you gotta wait for the car behind you to give you a push on the door. No fault insurance. Killed a guy, not my fault.
Thank you for coming out. It is great to be here. Thank you so much. It is. It's been a crazy year for me. Crazy year. I don't know if you know, in April, it was discovered my wife had a brain tumor. I'm not even making this up. It was removed. She's great. Everything's good. Thank you. I didn't remove it. I was in the other room soiling myself, but the tumor is gone, along with my ability to ever win another argument. It's not like I was winning a lot before, but now I'm retired. And luckily, my wife's not the type to bring it up. Well, once she did. She was like, I did have brain surgery. And I couldn't be like, yeah, that was like a month ago. It's time to move on, What about my seasonal allergies? We all have our cross to bear. It was crazy. The surgeon told me the tumor was the size of a pear, which is scary, but also confusing. I was like, did he go to med school or a farmer's market? But tumors are often compared to fruit. A pear, a lemon, a grapefruit. Interesting fact, worst tumor, grapefruit. Worst fruit, grapefruit. When you think about it, a grapefruit looks more like a tumor than a fruit. I almost feel sorry for grapefruit. Yeah, we can't win, We're already the worst fruit, now we're compared to the worst tumor? Well, at least we help old people poop. That is the worst impression of a grapefruit ever. It's kind of unfortunate that there's another fruit that's much smaller named grape. Because there's situations in doctors' offices, we found a tumor, it's the size of a grape. Thank God I didn't finish. Grapefruit. Oh, that's very different. It was strange. When the doctor told me the tumor was the size of a pear, I thought, wow, I guess doctors are bad at analogies. But I quickly realized they're just dumbing it down for idiots like me. Like the surgeon looked at me and thought, well, this guy's not gonna understand centimeters. I don't even wanna try and explain circumference. Based on appearance, he doesn't eat fruit, but he's probably seen a pear when he's at the grocery store buying ice cream. I don't know why the surgeon sounds like Andy Rooney. Ever notice tumors look like fruit? By the way, if you don't know who Andy Rooney is, you're a child. And if you do know who Andy Rooney is, you should probably eat more grapefruit. Tumors compared to fruit, sometimes they're compared to balls, like a golf ball or a softball. But the surgeon looked at me and thought, I'm gonna stick with food. I got a better shot of this fat ass understanding. I joke around, but it was scary. We have 5 children, and there were moments when I was like, oh my gosh, if anything happens to my wife, those 5 kids are gonna be put up for adoption. Some of these jokes are just for the fathers.
Hey, sweetie, what do you think of our new car from Carvana?
Think it can handle our busy family?
Well, we have 7 days to see. First, we can take the scenic route to the beach and stargaze through the moonroof. We'll see if your drums fit in the trunk. Then we can pick up Mommy's friends and check out that legroom. And we should really visit Grandma. She's getting up there.
That's like a whole lifetime in 7 days.
And like one busy family.
With our 7-day money-back guarantee, you can confidently shop for cars 100% online. Visit Carvana.com for all terms and conditions. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Nature has evolved powerful bug-fighting abilities over billions of years.
There's a cockroach
on the floor. Get out of here!
Well, except for humans. That's why STEM Bug Killer looked to nature, isolating powerful active ingredients found in plants that target nerves bugs have, but people don't. So it's safe to use as directed around people and pets. STEM Bug Killer, rooted in nature, optimized by science. Visit stemforbugs.com to learn more.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Man, that is a huge honor. I cannot thank you enough. I really appreciate it. New York City. It's the only city in the world where people say, please tell me the Pope is gone. Yeah, I don't know, man. New Yorkers, if you get in an elevator anywhere else in the world, people press lobby. You get in an elevator in New York City, people press lobby, door closed, 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 door closed. And if you've never seen that button, it's the one completely worn away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeff Allen.
Thank you. It's nice to be home. I was in Arizona the past week. By the way, this is not the time of year to go to Arizona. You certainly don't want to fall for that dry heat stuff they give you. Doesn't feel 118, now it feels 225, trust me. I was over in Sun City, the retirement community. I don't know if anybody's been there, but the seniors drive golf carts and everything, licensed by the state. I only mention it because I saw one overturned in a ditch. Some of you are as sick as I am because that was my reaction to that tragedy. Come on, man, someone lost control of a golf cart. What point do you voluntarily give up your driver's license? Walk in, I quit, can't even drive a car. How'd you like get the black box back from that accident? The pedal's stuck, I'm doing 11, no, 12. I'm up to 14, I can't hang on. Tell the wife I love her. That'd be great for the cops. They can just kind of run next to it. Come on, Pops, pull it over. Where are you going? Got you doing a 9 and a 6. What's the rush? Come on.
Foods confuse me. They do. I mean, one year eggs is good for you, next year eggs is bad for you. You don't ever know what eggs is good and bad for me. It just confuses me. I don't eat cheese whiz. Cheese in a jar bothers me. I know what cheese is, but what is whiz? I ain't gonna eat no whiz. I read a book last month. It said 99 things to do with tofu. Well, I got another thing they can do with tofu. It's not fattening that way either. For sure. I was reading a Flight magazine a couple months ago. Article in there, health article. Said what you eat affects your love life. I read that pretty good. Made a vow on that plane right there. I was gonna stop eating minute rice. I'm gonna buy me some long grain rice. Give me some wild rice. Stay completely away from Uncle Ben's converted rice. We'll let Hollywood make a movie about that. Not even sure what that means, but I ain't gonna eat no minute rice.
But don't think I'm super spiritual because I get in just as much trouble at church as I do in the real life. no matter what happens, I get in trouble. My wife knows me so well that anytime I'm taking notes, it's because I think something's funny is happening. One time he asked, and I thought it was a great question. He said, why do you think Jesus just didn't come today? With all the social media out there, you would think he could have gotten his message out in 5 minutes. And I thought that was a great question, and I had some great answers. So I had my hand up the entire service. It was like, evidently, it was a rhetorical question. I did not know that at the time. So what I've done is I have come up with the top 10 reasons why Jesus did not come today. Number 10, disciples always tweeting during miracles. Number 9, Sermon on the Mount, too long to go viral on YouTube. Number 8, calling people sinners considered intolerant hate speech. Number 7, to feed the 5,000, he'd have to individually wrap and label nutrition content of loaves and fishes. Number 6, the stoning of Mary Magdalene takes on a whole new meaning. Number 5, casting demons into pigs would anger PETA. Number 4, in today's age, the whole virgin story is even more of a miracle. Okay. Number 3, the Christmas season already too crowded to try to squeeze in a savior. Number 2, only wise men from the East currently available are from Jersey Shore. And the number 1 reason Jesus did not come today in the modern age, we didn't pay attention then. What makes you think we'd pay attention now?
You gotta take care of yourself, man. You have to. I started going back to the gym. I was at the gym the other day for 3 hours. Couldn't remember my locker combination. But it's important to put the time in. You know? I gotta be careful. I got a disc problem in my lower back. I went to a chiropractor for it. Don't recommend it. A chiropractor, there's no medicine involved. A chiropractor does all these adjustments and pushes and twists and turns on you, right? They call themselves doctors, but I don't think a doctor should ever have to touch you with his knee. That dude is hopping on my back like he's trying to close a suitcase on the bed. He's hopping, I'm looking around the room for a diploma. Who told you to do this? A chiropractor is like a guy who wanted to be a wrestler, but he didn't want people fighting back.
Took my kids not too long ago to see Spy Kids 2 with Antonio Banderas. Here's my impersonation of every person in the audience watching Antonio Banderas in a movie. What'd he say? It's like every other line, there's like 2 or 3 words that's kind of an unintelligible utterance. You have no idea what he's saying. At one point in the movie, he says to the lady playing his wife, he goes, "We can't take the kids with us if we're not going to Carmen de la Jose." Even she turned to the audience and goes, "What'd he say?" Movies are so expensive, too. My goodness, theater prices are outrageous. You go to the movies, it's like, "Yeah, let me get that jumbo popcorn and 2 large Cokes off layaway, please." And can you do me a favor, Mr. Cinema Guy? Can you make sure to pack that ice to overflowing in that little soda cup so I get all of a spoonful worth of pop for my $10? Can you do that, Clearasil boy? You gotta tell him, don't you? 3 ice cubes, pal. 3 ice cubes. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, you're the manager of Burger King, aren't you?
Fresh produce is the best produce. That's why at Kroger, we invest in local farmers to bring you the freshest seasonal picks. So no matter how you shop, your local produce always tastes 100% fresh, or you get a 100% refund. Guaranteed. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
We've locked in low prices to help you save big store-wide.
Look for the locked-in low prices tags and enjoy extra savings throughout the store. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Sometimes we lose, sometimes we win. Sometimes we try to fit it all in. Sometimes we don't know what's in store. Sometimes we find what we're looking for. Sometimes we're rolling easy and free. Sometimes 1 and 1 makes 3. So much to love along this ride. That's why Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Too late isn't in your vocabulary. Reach your next goal at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
You know where I really want to go visit? Cambodia. That's where I want to go, guys. That's where it's at, man. I mean, you know, I don't know where it's at, but this is where they at. This is a legit tourist attraction that you can do. You can shoot a rocket launcher at a cow. That's one of their options. Yeah, and if you're like, oh, I bet it's too pricey, well, you'd be wrong, all right? It's very reasonably priced. It's $400. That's not that bad of a deal to shoot a rocket launcher at a cow. And if you're like, what if we don't hit it? Is it even worth it? Yeah, it is, all right? They give you $200 back if you don't. No one hits it. Who's going to hit it? Who's going to just nail it on the first try and be like, I do this quite a bit at home. I love how they, like, how on earth would you come up with that price? That's what I always wanted to know there. Like, what were you gauging that off of that you thought 400 sounds good? Like, someone's like 700, they're like, I don't want to get greedy with it. I've been looking around, and you can fist fight a goat for $50 right next to us. So I think 400's competitive. I think that's a good. That would be an unbelievable way to hunt, though. A rocket launcher, you just shoot at the woods. You get all kinds of stuff. Deer, probably people, I don't know. Like, just shoot in an area.
Please, Zanies, put your hands together for Mr. Keith Alberstadt. Let him hear it.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we're doing it, huh? All right. I am thrilled to be back in Nashville. I no longer live here. I now live in New York City, and that is quite the adjustment. At the cost of living, they are not kidding about the cost of living up there. Holy crap. My rent is on the low end of the rent spectrum in New York, still considered astronomical to normal people. I tell my friends in Tennessee what I pay in rent. They think I live in a penthouse suite. I tell the same number to my friends in New York. They think my place is haunted. That's the difference. People get annoyed really easily in New York. I'm learning that too. Even your friends. Like, for example, I have asthma. After one recent asthma attack, my own friend rolled his eyes, goes, "Come on, man." Oh, my apologies. Does my inability to breathe ruin your day? Because you gotta get that asthma under control. Get it under. I'm not addicted to asthma. I don't think you know how this works. I did not pick up a sponsor with my inhaler at Walgreens.
2 years ago, she signed us up for a health club. She thought that would be fun. That'll be fun. 2 years, I've been there once. Drive by it every day. It's right on the way to Cinnabon. I had to go in for an orientation program, right? My orientator, Todd, came out. Todd. Hi, Jeff, I'm 2% body fat Todd. Well, hi, 2%, I'm 80% mushy Jeff. And he flexed and he went, Nautilus did that. Oh, yeah? Well, Haagen-Dazs is doing this. What do you think? First question he asked me, how long has it been since I had an exercise program? Well, let me ponder that one, Tado. Yeah, 48, that would make it 48 years, 9 months. My mom said I was so lazy they had to induce labor to get me moving. So Todd looks at me with a straight face. He goes, well, you might want to start out a little slow. So I'm sleeping with ankle weights on right now. Never know, you might roll over and burn a calorie or two. Come on, we'd all exercise if the weight we gain was in a more uncomfortable place on our bodies. Where do we gain weight? Our stomachs and our bodies. It's not in our way, is it? A couple pounds on your forehead, that would get you to a gym, wouldn't it? Man, I can't see nothing. People would be laughing at you too, wouldn't they? Hey, Skullmaster, you want a Krispy Kreme? Ah, it goes right to my head.
I like music, man. That's why I like to go to the airport early, you know? They always play great music. They always have unbelievable sound systems. You get there early, you take advantage of that. You just jam to the best music known to man. Occasionally there's an announcement, but other than that, you're just getting into the music, you know? Yesterday, would the gentleman who left a briefcase at the secured area of Concourse C please return to claim your briefcase? And it seems like all unattended vehicles will be towed away at the owner's expense. Oh, I believe there's been a gate change for flight 207. It'll now be departing out of gate 19. Yesterday. I love that song. Takes my mind off traveling.
Now, I used to do a lot of impressions in my act, but I realized recently that pretty much everybody I do is dead. So that complicates it. And I realized I probably could learn some new voices, but that would take effort. So what I'm going to do tonight is do the hits of today sung by the stars of yesterday. So the young people will not know the stars, and the old people will not know the songs. This routine is for no one. One of my favorite, James Mason sings Adele. We could have had it all, rolling in the deep. You had my heart in your hand, but you played it. You see? Nobody. There we go. All right. Jimmy Stewart does CeeLo. I guess the change in my pocket, it wasn't enough. Well, forget you. Cary Grant does Bruno Mars. When I look at your face, there's not a thing that I would change. You're amazing just the way you are. Boris Karloff. Let's have Boris Karloff do Lady Gaga. I'll be your paparazzi. Let's have Peter Lorre do, who should he do? He'll do Katy Perry. I kissed a girl and I think I liked it. And finally, Louis Armstrong does Beyonce. Oh, the single ladies, oh. A routine for no one.
We got lots of IGMOs with hospital patients all over the world. Now, Dr. Rebecca St. Clair from Norfolk, Virginia, at a meeting I was at recently, told of patients that came to her. One of them had a 2-week follow-up with his cardiologist. Now, he informed his doctor that he was having trouble with one of his painkiller medications. So he asked, which one? The IGMO said, the patch. And then he continued, the nurse told me to put on a new one every 6 hours, and I'm running out of places to put it. So she had him quickly undressed and discovered exactly what you would expect on an IGMO. This dummy had over 50 patches on his body. But he wasn't feeling no pain at all. Now the instructions include removal of the old patch before applying a new one. Yep, that's an IGMO. IGMOs actually do some good things, don't they?
Well, that's very nice. That sounded almost like you've heard of me before. I appreciate it. This is a nice place, nice space you got here. Cool scene, huh? Got a balcony. Cool town you live in. It's my first time here. I saw there was down the street there was a New York style pizzeria, which is kind of a coincidence because I was in New York and there was a Provo style pizzeria. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Pizzeria? Is that how you say it? I'm curious about this crowd. A little survey by a round of applause. How many plan on partying all night long tonight by a round of applause? And how many of you want to be in bed by 11:30 by a round? I see. I get it. Those are the same people that got naps this afternoon, right? 2 naps, some of you. I got a little nap this afternoon I fell asleep watching a football game that I didn't care too much about. Now, you know how it is, we're watching a game. I was watching the game. One of the players was 6'1", 208 pounds, which is, it's exactly what I am. I had no idea I was in such great shape. I might try out for the Broncos next year or something like that.
Did you know brands are seeing up to 20% more conversions in their campaigns using Meta's AI? With Meta, every connection is an opportunity. It's your world. Meta. Unleash your marketing potential at facebook.com/business/connection.
Power Trip in California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool. History in the making. Witness the lineup of a lifetime as they take the stage on the iconic Empire Polo Club for 1 weekend only. October 6th, 7th, and 8th. Where will you be? The first 1,000 Spotify orders will receive a free patch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up Podcast.
Hey everyone, this is Neil from No Laying Up. We started the No Laying Up Podcast 7 years ago to provide a fresh, funny, and informative perspective on one of the world's oldest sports.
If we got this weather yesterday, we're not having this conversation. All right?
Borderline emergency, reaction to the day that was.
There's a lot going on in the world of golf these days, and our goal is to break it down in a relatable, entertaining, and approachable way. You can listen and subscribe to the No Laying Up Podcast on Spotify. And if you're not into golf, that's cool too. We'll be here if you change your mind. Thanks for listening to my spiel.
Too late isn't in your vocabulary. Reach your next goal at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chef.
Thank you, guys. Nice to see you. So about 5 years ago, pretty much everyone who I know started to get married. And that was strange for me because I don't really believe in the idea of marriage. And that would have been fine, except I have a problem where sometimes when I think that I am right about something, it can be a real source of tension between me and the person I'm arguing with. And the reason it's a source of tension is that I'm right. And so I remember distinctly talking to my friend Dana, and she goes, well, you don't believe in marriage for you, but of course you believe in it for other people. And I was like, no, I think it's insane, for anyone. And she said, why? And I said, well, first of all, it just seems doomed. 50% of marriages end in divorce. That's just first marriages, by the way. Second marriages, 60 to 62% end in divorce. Third marriages, 70 to 75% end in divorce. That's a learning curve. Second of all, monogamy is impossible, or at very least not a sure thing. When I say that, I think people assume that I'm implying that men are incapable of being faithful. But I think women are just as incapable, but for more sophisticated reasons. With men, we're just really simple, very simple sexuality. When I say that, my female friends are like, well, we like sex just as much as you do. And I say, sure, but it's different. And they say, how? And I say, have you ever masturbated while driving a car? Number 3, I'm never going to be happy. Why would anyone want to be a part of that? I think that's not brought up often enough. I didn't know that would be the reaction. Oh, no, that's the hopeful part. I had one ally in all this, which was my friend Andy, and he's a comedian as well. Not only did we decide we weren't going to get married, we actually tried to stop other people we knew from getting married. Yeah, we were pretty good at it. Like, we stopped or put on hold 3 or 4 marriages. You know, we were pretty good. I mean, we weren't like the best in the world. I'm sure they're better in Europe, but we were solid, you know. Like, so, like, for example, at one point my friend Alex was about to get engaged, and so we just took him to dinner, and during dessert, we gave him a long, hard stare. We said, "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" And then we went cold to give him the sense of what it would feel like when we weren't friends anymore. So February 27th, 2007, I'm at Andy's house in Los Angeles, and earlier in the night, I got in an argument with my girlfriend on the phone. It was a bad one because I knew that I was right, and Andy was the perfect person to be with in this kind of a situation because he's the kind of friend who just takes your side regardless of whether you're right. He says stuff like, "She sounds crazy." Like, even if what she's saying isn't that crazy, like, you'd be like, "She only eats whole wheat bagels." He'd be like, "She sounds crazy." You'd be like, "That's not even the crazy part," you know, that. Telling him about this argument, and he goes, "You're right." I go, "I know, I'm right." He goes, "Yeah, you're right." I go, "I know, I'm right. I gotta tell her about this in the morning." And I get in my rental car to head back to my hotel, and I'm driving out of Andy's small road, and I'm T-boned. I don't know if you're familiar with this term. This is the culinary way of describing when you are hit by another car, driver's side, at a 90-degree angle, like a T-bone steak. And in 1.5 seconds, I'm spun around. I think I'm dead. No, wait, I'm paralyzed. And then I hear nothing. And then I hear the other car skid out and drive away. I know. Let me tell you how this argument started.
I know one thing about women. I know one thing you do enjoy. You love getting that French manicure. Hey. Right, with the little white tips. Yeah, my wife had that from time to time. Me likey. I don't understand when you get it on your feet. The little white tips, it look like you clipped your toenails and glued the pieces back on. I mean, if that's the look you're going for, rock on, cover girl. Don't let me stop you. Yeah, put them on. Plastic surgery. Rampant. Right, I see in LA. Oh, man. I'm surprised I got it too. I moved to LA, yeah, look, I got some work done. You can tell, look at when I moved to LA, I had to. Because everybody's doing, look what all the stuff I had. Look, if you look, look! I used to be a Mexican woman, but... Es muy guapo, ¿no?
I got teenagers now. Let me tell you something, too. I believe teenagers are God's revenge on mankind. If God himself said, well, let's see how they like it to create someone of their own image who denies their existence. Because I've looked, nowhere in the Bible does it mention how old the devil was when he rejected God's authority. My guess would be 15. My 15-year-old comes to me about a month ago. This is what he says to me. I need your opinion on this. I said, what is it? That's what he says to me. I don't know if I should get my tongue pierced or not. You don't know? Well, I'm glad you came to me, son. I can help you clear this up pretty quick. Let's just lay your tongue on a table, man. I'll whack it with a hammer. How's that? And when the swelling goes down, if you're still a little foggy, I can hit it again. And I can keep hitting it till some kind of light bulb goes on in that skull of yours, boy. Ever just want to boink your kids right in the eyes? I don't know if I should get my tongue pierced. You don't? Pete, come here.
Back in that world, man. Went through a breakup. People say, what happened? What led to the breakup? Was it a big thing? I don't know. Depends how you look at it. We couldn't agree on the definition of this exit and next exit. I was driving. So she said, okay, get off at the next exit. So I pulled off. Why did you get off here? I just told you to get off at the next exit. I thought we could get off here and buy a dictionary. Look through it. Look at words and definitions and such. It's fun to find out word meanings. So I dropped her off at the next exit. Am I understanding it correctly?